Hi. Hello, everybody. Um, so as some of you might have noticed, the captions are gone again. We're working on getting that fixed. um, I'm working to get a better version that integrates with like Twitch's own version of captions that's like already in there. It's just gonna take time to get that fixed. I have to like get some OBS plugins. I'm gonna there might be some test streams that happen. So I'm very sorry about that. Just made spaghetti from scratch? Like making the dough yourself? Uh. Or you mean you make like the sauce? I'm worried about what I just swallowed. Oh my god. The reason we're late to stream today, there was fucking mold at the bottom of every single cup in the house. Like all the cups I use for my monster all have mold at the bottom. I need to sit there and scrub the shit out of all those cups. I was like, for half an hour, I was sitting there scrubbing every single cup. And like wiping out the gunk. It was so gross. Yeah, that was not fun. Dear God, out the dough. No, making the dough is the fun part. Making the dough is the fun part. You get to make you have your flour and then you like create a little div in the middle, and that's where you put all your eggs and you fold it in. It's not about being clean. It's basically the fact that we were letting the cups sit with like water at the bottom. And we were hand washing every single one. Because like most of these cups are meant to be hand wash only. I don't think we were scrubbing them hard enough beforehand. We're just kind of like rinsing them out. And that's fine if like, what's going on? I'm just doing yap sesh. I always do yap session before stream starts. Like really starts. That's audio isn't passing. Audio should be passing for TikTok. I hope it is. I really hope it's passing. Yeah, it was so frustrating. But they're clean now. Everything kind of tastes like soap, but it's better. How am I doing? I'm doing good. My hands are like super dry from being covered in Dawn dish soap, but I'm doing good. Here, I don't even have the monitor in front of me for this. Hi! Hi, Silly. Hello. Let me move this over here. Yeah. I gotta move everything now. Yeah. Alright, that should be better. But yeah, captions will be back soon, I promise. I'm gonna try to get them integrated into Twitch rather than through a plugin. See? Yeah. I got stuck an ad. Haha. But yeah, that's what I'm hoping to anyway. I do it during stream, but I don't think I'm able to. Like I don't think I can add plugins to I don't think I can add plugins while I'm live to OBS. It requires an update most of the time. My girlfriend made me eat sourdough bread for like weeks. Sourdough bread's amazing. That's what she made you. You were blessed. You know how long it takes to make sourdough bread? Oh my god. I make this shit pretty much every weekend. It takes 3 days for us to make our sourdough bread at home. Whole day for the starter to grow it inside the fridge. And then you have a whole day of prepping the dough. And then the last day is when you actually get to bake it. Yeah, 3 days. 3 whole days. It gets old? Nah, you just don't appreciate it. Now you've been blessed though. Oh god damn. I'm not even doing anything. Fine, they're off. Here. I don't have any nails right now. What can I hit them with? Here. They're off. They're not on my face right now. What time? Someone tell me when it comes back. I can't see anything. What? Hey, what? Can't see. I can't see. Good thing the game screen is like like a foot in front of my face. Joke's on you guys. Now I just can't read chat. What? What? How many fingers? Oh, shush. I have the lead so close to the monitor to read. Hey, what? I can't see anything. I am what? Maybe like 2 feet away from the monitor. Not even like a foot and a half, maybe. I can't see shit. Going to gym. This is this is what I get for staring at monitors all day. Now I'm blind. There's a reason why I'm like, I legally on my license it says that I need to be wearing glasses. I didn't realize that at first. When I got my permit, I was looking at it, I was like, what's this marker at the bottom? And I showed it to my mother. She's like, oh yeah, that means that your eyesight's so bad that you need glasses all the time, or else you're legally not allowed to drive. You should be keeping an extra pair of glasses in your car, just in case. I actually have like a second pair of glasses in my car, just in case. Because somehow I like break them while I'm out and about, that I can still get home. Also, I'm cracking my neck. It hurts so bad right now. My neck has been hurting all day. It's awful. Oh my god, I have to be up to drive my mom to the airport for 5 a.m. I don't go to bed till like 3. I'm not going to bed tonight. 2 hours of sleep? No, fuck that. I'm just gonna stay up. A pound a second monster and I'll stay up. Thank you for donuts. Oh shit, I admitted that in front of my dad. Oops, oops, oops. You didn't hear that. Monster. 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 That's what I'm drinking right now. Oh, but it was earlier in the day. I never finished it. People ask me this every once in a while. It is the Monster Rehab, in this case, the lemon one. I only ever drink the rehabs. So if I say I'm drinking Monster, assume it's a rehab. Amado, she is obsessed with the ultras. Loves those things. Loves them. Hey, what's the difference between you and you? That's the same word, isn't it? Isn't it? I can't read. I don't do that. I don't do that. That is very uncomfortable. I'm a dog too. Why would I do the cat noise? I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Sorry, it's okay. Yeah, I get the question a lot. That's why. You're really much kinder than most people about it. Most people are a little dickish about asking for that kind of stuff. Wait, what? I put you and... No, you did not. I'm looking at it. It says, what's the difference between you and you? Don't you dare gaslight me. I'm blind, not illiterate. Wait. Sorry, my glasses are off. I can't read. 30. I've been getting people to make their fur sound on live. Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. That's very cute. Guys, it's been 5 minutes yet. This feels like it's been 5 hours. Oh, thank God. Give me these back right now. My eyesight. Finally. The power we have with points. Honestly, taking off my glasses is probably the most powerful one you guys have. Probably the most powerful one. It's just funny because it's cheaper than some of the other ones. But I felt bad making it like I didn't want it to be 10 minutes because I felt like that would be too long. But at the same time, I if I was gonna cut how long it was, then I didn't want it to cost the same amount as stuff that does last for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? If stuff like Blanky and Bald last 10 minutes and they're 3,000 points, then I want stuff that's gonna be like 5 minutes to be cheaper than that. But if I save up 2K and just spam it, I have protections against that. You think I did not think of this? Each person can only do it 2 times, and there's a cooldown on it as well. And I think the cooldown is longer than the amount of time it stays up. Each person can only do it twice, and it can only be done, I think, like 6 times in a whole stream. I thought about this. I'm smarter than you guys. It's also the reason you guys don't have permanent TTS all the time. It's only for subs and donos and bits. After what Kolos did for like a straight week, you guys will never, ever, ever get permanent TTS. It's not happening. I don't trust you fuckers. Damn. You have to pay to talk. You have to pay to use It's pay to TTS. There's a difference. That's a hi, Voodoo. Hello, hello. We should play the video game now. So, I want you guys to notice something. 2 things, actually. First, we're almost done. Yay. Congratulations to me. I'm almost there. But also, you might notice I'm in the middle of something. That's because the last time I was playing this game, I paused, like, mid-battle. So, we're gonna continue this battle first, and then we're gonna go do other things. Okay, to whisper in your ear about your card's extended warranty. There we go. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Why is I not moving? Hi! Thank you for the heartbeat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't think we're too far into... I don't remember what course I was on, so we're gonna find out. I think we're literally 1 left. Okay, no, we're halfway done. 5th course. I was like trying to figure out what's like the most efficient way to get as many bottles as possible. And like it's doing the restaurants. The restaurants are just the most efficient way to do it. And like for how annoying that is, it's just like the correct way of going about it, you know what I mean? Alright, you're good now. The nice thing about being level 100 is that pretty much everything one taps now. Forgot that was just Felix next. Like bro, I was doing the restaurant Lana first because like that's technically the fastest. It's 3k Poké Dollars for 3 battles, which is like the best deal objectively. The deal gets worse as the restaurant quality gets higher. It's actually so fucked up. But like the rewards suck and it's really mind-numbing. Like I don't want to sit there and pummel level 30 Pokemon with my level 70 team. I could one-shot the entire restaurant with just Xerneas. Like it was bad. It was so bad. Like I don't know, I feel like that's so boring. I was getting really bored, honestly. I was getting so bored. It's like sitting here dash dancing. I'm just gonna wait it out. Get him! Yeah! No, no. Chris, stop it. This is why I was scared of playing this game on stream. I was like, oh no, I have a Vaporeon on my permanent team. Not you drowning Lucario. Maybe he deserved it, okay? Maybe Lucario earned it by spamming Protect. Look at that little Vaporeon dash dancing with me. It's so fun. Alright, hey, there we go. Get him! Yeah! Big sword. Big ghost sword. A man's can't swim. Didn't stand a chance. Cat and Lucario cannot swim. Once we actually get the charm, I'm probably gonna have to turn the music down on my end anyway. Because I need to be able to hear the shiny sound. There's an arrow, at least it might have been fun. Eh, who cares? Isn't that the guy from F1? He'll like, all I remember of F1 is that clip of the guy being told that he couldn't sing in his comms because of copyright, and he started doing it anyway. That's like all I know. Who got their message filtered? Aw. If you don't want your messages filtered by the stinky TikTok chat, come over to Twitch. I let them say whatever they want. That's like all I remember though. That and the one person who made the edit of what, like F1 with proximity chat. Whatever the fuck that shit was funny as hell. Like the two guys, like 3 different guys spin out into the dirt, and every time another one joins, they go, hi. I was like find this video, it was great. Posted that one? Okay, I was like, I know. I feel like other people had to have seen this video before. It was so funny. I'm not even into F1 that much. I can send it to you on TikTok. The F1 with proximity chat? I saw that one. Or do you think of a different one? Oh. Ow. Oh, my neck hurts so bad. Fuck. Oh, but I'm gonna have to go and check my TikTok DMs later. I'll tell you my request on anything. Oh, the new, this is the new, what is it? FYP just edits of anime motorcycle cars and F1 in games. That's valid, honestly. It's like a mix of a bunch of random shit, honestly. I hate callbacks in this game. I was meaning to talk about this. So, more fun lore about me. Did you know that I was interviewed for someone's PhD paper? I'm not lying. What if one of them gave me cheesecake instead of $Poké? Honestly, I'd be happier. Yeah, I was interviewed for someone's PhD paper. Back in the day when I was playing when I was playing a lot of VR chat. someone reached out, and when I was posting about VR chat too, someone reached out to me and said, hey, I'm working on my PhD. Here is the link to the survey. Would you mind filling it out and like doing an interview at some point in game? Obviously, I'm sussed out as hell. Like this sounds very odd. But I actually looked up the girl. She's actually is attending the college, and I like looked into it. She's in the class and she says she's in and everything. So like it's an actual thing. It's even made under the school's like email. So it was like, it was an actual assignment. She wasn't just straight up lying to me. So I filled out the survey, and she asked to do an interview in game as well. So I went and I did an interview with her in game. It was about I cannot leak it. But I ended up doing an interview with her about like how your VR chat avatar represents you as like a person, how it represents your sense of self. It was a really cool interview and super fun. She was very sweet. But I kind of like had forgotten about it until very recently. I was working on my final past couple days. That's why I wasn't streaming. And for that final, I got to talk about the virtual reality as like an industry. And in that, I was like, oh, you know what I should do since I need to talk about VR as an industry? Let me look up the like actual study that I'm in. Let me like see if my uni has access to it. They didn't. Those fuckers did not have access to it. That's fine. That's so fine. I was not mad at all. I was not very mad. I paid $31 fucking to get access to this study. Whatever. Yeah, so I paid 31 bucks. I got access to the study that I'm in. It was a very good read. If anyone's actually interested, I don't mind looking up what the study is called, and I will like tell you what it is, what chapter I'm in. My real name is not in it. Let me make that very clear. As far as I know, the researcher used pseudonyms for everybody. No, as far as I know, no one that is mentioned by name, it's not their actual names. But it was super cool and really good read. Sadly, I didn't get to use it too much. It was kind of like a footnote in my own project. Like, it's kind of wild. I'm gonna have some very weird, like, it's just very weird lore, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, I was just like casually part of someone's PhD paper. Like, I don't know how many people are able to say that. It's a good read though. Apparently, the girl works at a college now doing research. Bro, I was able to see, because I still have her on Instagram. That's how I was able to even like look up what the name of the book was. She never told me what it was, like when it was published. So I had to go onto her Instagram and look up her name and then look up what study she's published to find it. It was so worth it though. Also, like, maybe I'm just like a nerd who likes to read. It's like, maybe I'm just nerdy. Original visual. Get 'em. Get 'em. Oh my god, for the assignment itself, I had to do a presentation like of, we had to make like a poster of our findings, and then I had to present it in a video. I literally wanted to fucking, oh my god, I hated it. For someone who streams, which is just like the most amount of public speaking, I hate public speaking. Okay, like as someone who does this as like the fun thing I do as a hobby, I fucking hate it. If I never had a public speak ever again, I think I'd be happy. Like, it's awful. I had to do so many takes just to get what I was proud of because I kept like flubbing my words. It was bad. It was so bad. I don't know who the fuck said that this is not the most efficient method. You're a liar. I try to make videos or do streams myself, but whenever I try to record myself, I start overthinking and I panic. Same. I find that streaming's a little easier because it feels a little bit more like you're just like yapping to yourself, if that makes sense. It just doesn't feel like I'm talking professionally, if that makes sense. Then I still have a dream. VA work, I think, is probably the hardest form because you're not just like yapping as you. You have to be someone else. And I think that tends to be a little harder for people. That idea of like putting yourself into the mind of the character. But yeah, the big thing that I've noticed that helped me about like recording myself and streaming, because I used to be very nervous even with streaming, was that you just need to do it. And like, I know that's annoying. I know that's like not the answer people want to hear, because it sounds just kind of like you're saying get good, which is not an answer at all, but it's the realistic answer that you kind of have to say, is that it is one of those things you just have to get good. No matter how annoying that sounds. The more that you do a thing, you will get better at the thing. Like, if I could give a better answer, I would. Now, some people say, like, trying to practice in the mirror, or, like, record multiple takes and take the one that you like. But nothing's gonna get rid of that, like, anxious feeling until you just do it a couple times. It's a part of the reason why I've been so nervous to do that karaoke stream. I'm very, like, shy about me singing. For fuck's sake, the only person I've sung full out in front of is hubby. Because I'm someone who just, like, I really enjoyed in karaoke. That's why I'm, like, a little nervous. I'm thinking of, like, maybe doing it as, like, a group thing to make me less anxious. Probably gonna sound weird, but I have no problem singing when I by myself. But as soon as there's a microphone or a camera involved, it's different. Oh yeah, it's called performance anxiety. Let me make it very clear. You're not weird for it. Like, performance anxiety is very normal. It's scary. Like, performing is scary. It's just one of those things where it's like get good kind of skill. And that's annoying. That's like not the answer I want to give. When it comes to like art and other stuff like that, I'm actually able to give better answers than that. I'm able to be a bit more like, not just thoughtful, but like action oriented when I give art advice. Because I feel like there's just more action to it. I can actually like point you towards specific things that you can do to be better. But when it comes to performance, it's literally just get good. That's what I had to do for dance. That's what I had to do for teaching. It's what I'm currently working on for like public speaking. And same with singing. Like, you just get good. Like that, maybe that's mean. Maybe that's a little mean. Oh, behind it. Hello. I just don't like giving those kind of like non-answers. It feels like I'm just saying like be talented. You know what I mean? Like that's not an answer. Saying be better is not an answer. Oh shit, I hit the wrong one. There we go. don't think I'm gonna be able to get another 10 in, but we're gonna see. I'd like to get to 19. Well, I don't know. Oh. Oh, you don't see me. You don't see me. Not here. Yeah. War. Get him. Yeah. I know you came in pretty late into me streaming, Chris, but those like first couple ones, especially when I was doing VR. When I was doing VR, I was completely voiceless because I was too scared to put a voice behind my work. I was terrified of having my voice in any of my videos. I hated listening to my own voice. I hated like the idea of recording my voice. Even now, I really do not enjoy listening back to VODs. That's part of the reason why I don't post TikToks as much. It's because I just hate it. I hate it so much. It gives me the biggest ick. So, for the longest, like, for, again, 2 years is how long I was doing the, VR TikTok stuff. Completely voiceless. I even did live streams where I would use a, speech-to-text system, and then that text was turned back into TTS. So that way, I could still communicate and not have to actually have people listen to my voice. I was that. I was genuinely that spooked about, talking. And now look at me. Peak jackass. Now I'm a pro yapper. That's what I mean. Like, you get better. Also, it's like the world's most non-answer. So like, eh. There's a lot of skills that are like that, though. There are some skills where the answer is like, here are all these like functional things that you can do to be better. And there's some that are like, get good, scrub. Like, I feel like that's not an answer. How come some skills get to have like, get good, scrub? It's the real, actual, not joking, not being a dick answer. Aw, shit. That's so fucked up. There's more down there. Oh. Go. Pay attention to me. That's just insane. Like, this first couple of days of me performing. Oh my god, that was so bad. I'm so shy. This is cute. Hubby would probably be able to talk more about that. He was there for a lot of those, like, first, few times I performed in public. Oh my god, I was, like, so spooked the entire time. I think I could have done it if I started sooner. If I wasn't yapping and running around the map, I think I could have been fine. Over here. Alright, how many more? I don't want to hear a lick of it. Not a lick of it. I don't want to hear it. Don't you dare. Especially the motherfuckers on TikTok. I don't want to hear it. It's not funny. Oh, perfect. Yes. Let's stretch. I didn't. Oh, is he looking this way? Oops. Damn, my friend really what people seem to play right now. And Billy D just came out with a new album, and it's so fucking cute. I need it. I need it. It's Sanrio themed. I need it. You can get these little plushies of the members with the Sanrio characters. Now, my bias did not get added. Like, my bias did not get my favorite character, which is so sad. But it's so cute. I'm really hoping that the guy I normally get my K-pop albums from has it. Because I need it. I need it in my life. He's had other play albums, so I'm like desperately praying he has this one too. It just means going all the way back down to Jersey. If he doesn't have it, there is the American Dream Mall not too far, so I can always get it there. And that place is humongous. Dude, I've only been there. I've only been there once. It was with a friend of mine, and we didn't quite realize there was like an event going on when we went. But oh my god, that place is humongous. There's so much shit in there. When we were walking around, we were like looking up something about the location, and my friend goes, my friend was like trying to find what stores were in the place while we were on the drive over. And she was like, real name, did you know that this mall is like being like sued by the state of New Jersey? And I was like, no. Why? She's like, apparently they've been committing tax evasion. What? Apparently, so like this is me recollecting something recollected to me from a friend. So like obviously do not take this at face value. Do your own research, look it shit up. But from what I saw and what I looked up, basically what was happening was that like the mall told the state that they shouldn't have to pay taxes until the building is finished. And the state was like, cool, okay, that's fine. But the building opened and kept saying, no, we're not finished. No, we're not finished. And they said that they would be finished when they were at 100% occupancy. So that means every single space that can be rented to a store was rented out. And the state's like, yo, no, that's not how this works. You're letting the public in. You're open. So they're like suing the mall to get their taxes. And I just think that's fucking hilarious. I think that is very funny. Like, what do you mean this like 4-story mall that has its own like, it's a grocery store in there. The place is humongous. It was also just like casually doing tax evasion. I just think that's insane. The world's a weird place, okay? I have to do better. Bro, how... I'll never understand how the qualifier system works. That shit's so confusing to me still. I think I'm ever not gonna be confused about it though. shoulders. Bleh. Oh look, there's Skylar. Okay. I hate how Future Sight kind of went from being like a halfway decent move to being like completely avoidable in this game. It's actually so bad. You can just go around it. The Future Sight like attack portion only happens where it was originally cast, not where you currently are. Pokemon's dick is on fire. I think they should check with the doctor. Not that Pokemon being more aware than their trainers. Oh, poor thing's in the wall. I wish Mega Lopunny wasn't so bad. Like, actually. I want Mega Lopunny to be good. Give that sweet baby an extra, like, 100 stat points, please. At least give her this, like, the stat total of a fully evolved Pokemon. Like, her stats are so bad. It's a lot of single stage Pokemon have this issue where they're just, like, straight up bad, and no Mega's gonna fix that. Because why would you use the Mega? Because you only get one Mega per fight. At least in most games. In this one, you could theoretically get 2 off, but typically, you only have one Mega at a time. So you gotta be picky about who you're in the Mega with. And why would you Mega a Pokemon with a lower base stat total? Because every Mega gets 100 extra base stats that get spread across all of their stats. Certain Pokemon obviously have better stat distributions than others. Like, every single one gets an extra 100. That's the way that Megas just always have worked. Why would you pick something like Mega Lopunny when you could, especially now we got a bunch of Mega starters, like, why are you not picking Mega Delphox, Mega Greninja, so on and so forth. Like, so on and so forth, you know what I mean? Like, why? There's not many where there's good. Plus, someone talked about this with Mega Garchomp as well, but some of these Megas just would do better without their Mega Stone. Like, why are... I think someone said it's like Garchomp tends to do better with, I think it's like Choice Scarf? It's like it's better, it does better with a held item than he would with his Mega Stone. Like, is that annoying? Yes. But like, that's what you get. Eventually, Game Freak will stop making Pokemon that objectively look cool and their stats are ass. That will be the day I die happy, okay? The day the Pokemon Company makes all the Pokemon both good and cool looking is the day I die. Pokemon Company is just like, no. There has to be some stinkers in the lineup, and they're all gonna look awesome. Every single one is gonna look cool, and you're gonna want to use them, and they're all gonna suck. Every single one. I'm hoping to get 30? I don't know. I'm hoping to get 30. Oh, it's halfway there. I don't know how late into the night we are. I haven't gotten the dawn marker yet, so I don't know. I would also like a cafe worker soon. My Delphox ain't. He ain't happy. Dude, I got blessed with my starter though. I got a female starter. You never see those things. One starter's like 80-20 male-female gender ratio. Like that's nuts. I'm pretty sure it's 80-20 or like 75-25. I don't know. I'm not looking it up on Bulbapedia, but like it's bad. Get him! Ow! What is the marker for being caught off guard? I don't get it. I've yet to understand. Sometimes I get caught off guard dash dancing. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I need to be turned around or hidden or actively attacking them. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get it. Okay, I have to find a roof spot. I'd rather not go onto the roof. Oh, I guess I don't need to. Oh, seriously? Could anyone else be here? Are you fucking kidding me? Digimon? Close enough. Close enough. I actually never played any Digimon games or watched any of the shows or anything. I'm not even lying. Never. It both wasn't popular enough when I was a kid and never really gripped me as an adult. Because for context, I started watching Pokemon when the anime. I started watching Pokemon anime when the Gen 4 seasons were just wrapping up. And we were going into Gen 5. So that's like a few months to kind of figure that out. And by that point, as far as I know, Digimon wasn't really airing in the States as much. And I was watching over on like Cartoon Network, where I don't think they ever aired Digimon. So I never really got into it. And then like as an adult, it just, I feel like I see too many like shit posts about Digimon and their whack ass designs. Never like really get into it, you know what I mean? I remember Gen 1 wrapping up as a kid. Oh yeah. So I'm 21. And small baby. My first Pokemon game was Gen 6. First one ever. Technically, the first one I owned was a copy of White 2, but I never actually played the story. The first one I got new and completed was Gen 6. I don't have any nostalgia towards the 2D games, and I feel like that's impacted my opinion of these games a lot. So I tend to have very, like, wildly different opinions from the majority of the Pokemon community. Like, I think Gen 6 is good. And I think those are, like, fighting words for most people. Saying, I like Gen 6, and it's my favorite. I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep now! No! No! my god, come back. I swear to god, but oh my god, pressure doesn't go up. Oh, I know. High ground. True. You would think having high ground in this game would make it better, but like 9 times out of 10, it just glitches the fuck out. Because certain moves, you need to be like up close and personal with them. So what ends up happening most of the time is your Pokemon gets stuck. You're better off being you're better off being on level ground with them. So that way your Pokemon don't get caught on edges. That's why I like going around these maps instead of some of the other battle zones where there's a lot more trainers up on the rooftops. It's so fucking annoying. It's so annoying. I hate it. Is that it over here? Dang. You have this whole area by yourself, dude. I think I'm gonna have to backtrack now. Dang. Damn! Who's respawn? Plus, I don't need high ground when I just have Moonblast. You don't need to be good at video games, you have Geomancy Moonblast, okay? Like... Especially now with Fairy Feather. Oh my god. Geomancy plus Fairy Feather plus Moonblast equals win. What is it? +2 to special attack, special defense, and speed. Like that's horrendous. Especially since like you can preset that shit up too. You don't even need to actually like set it up. Thank you for the poetry! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you, thank you! That is so sweet! Thank you! Thank you so much! That's very sweet of you. Oh, they added the little finger hearts as an emote on TikTok. That's so cute. I gotta figure out if I can give you guys emotes on TikTok. I think I have to get some prerequisites done first before I can do that. I'd love to give you guys the same emotes that we have over on Twitch. The Twitch ones are so cute. They're all like Cinnamoroll themed. They're adorable. Okay, probably good to like, I think 1 more, maybe 2. Depends on how quickly I can find another fight. Shit. I'm actually so fucked right now. Is there a fight around this corner? Nope, okay. I don't have a lot of time to find more fights. Thank you for likes. Thank you. Let me climb the railings, please. Like, that's what I want. I want to build climb railings. Nice. Okay. I'm still so obsessed when you hold a Pokeball out at the tiny garbage Pokemon. He runs up to you and he gets all excited. It's the cutest shit. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh my god, we need 11 more. Are you fucking joking? I need 9. I need 9 more. Aggro, aggro, aggro. Come on. It's faster. It feels faster. It feels faster to just run directly in front of their faces. I feel like I'm wasting time getting advantage. One more, one more, one more. Aggro, 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 aggro. Come on. Go off guard my ass. The shortest cast time, because I never remember. I literally never remember. I would love to only have 3 left, so I'm gonna do one more fight at like the really easy restaurant and just be done. Aggro, come on. Okay. I am not being caught off guard when I'm standing directly in front of your face, okay? I'm sorry. How much time do you think I say this? I think that's a stupid, like, call off guard mechanic. So much time. So much time, I'm telling you. Favorite Pokemon? Sylveon. Easy. The only reason I don't have one on my team is because Xerneas is just Sylveon but better. In every way. Like... and that sucks, but I had one on, like, the majority of my team. Before I had Xerneas, I had to use Sylveon. It was my baby. I even have, the Sylveon... the Sylveon Build-A-Bear. I have it. It's so cute. It's the cutest thing ever. It makes the noises. It has little jammies and, a fur coat that it wears. It's adorable. No, I'm not. I have 5 more. I need to do 5 more. Crap. Thank you for the likes. Thank you, thank you. Can I fit, like, 2 more in really quick? Probably a bad fight to run into. Yeah, because I have my fairy type out, and that's, I think... No, it's fighting. I forgot. I keep thinking that it's, steel type. I know it is not. Am I nuts that that looks like a steel type and not fighting type? I would have thought it was like steel bug. It looks like steel bug. I feel like so many Pokemon don't look like their type. Like, at all. Alright, I need 1 more. 1 more fight. 1 more. Oh, shit. Oh, no, 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 no. I smacked it. No. There we go. Yes. Hopefully that's a free heal, too. I don't know the names of many of them. I've been playing Pokemon long enough, I know a decent amount of the names. Some of the some of the newer ones I'm a little like less familiar about, especially like Gen 8, 9. Gen 8 I'm a little bit better on, but Gen 9 I'm like pretty clueless. Where is she? Where is she? You. Heal, please. This saves me like a minute. Thank you. Fuck it. Thank you for roses. Thank you. Oh yeah, for new people, because it's not displayed on screen. Heart me, roses, confetti, galaxy, and donuts are the ones that get thrown. Need to see if I can make like assets or something to actually display that. Can I sneak in 3 more? Or is Dawn too close and I'm already cutting it. Damn it. 2 more fights and I'm done. I think Lana is probably gonna be the easiest way to do it. It's like 3 matches, it's 3K. It'll be easy. And I got no money for it, god damn. I could wipe the entire thing with Xerneas, honestly. I thought I asked her to heal me, what the fuck? Oh yeah, because I did 1 more fight afterwards, I'm an idiot. There we go. Where is... I think it's over here somewhere. There it is. What is... So what is a battle zone? It's basically an area where you, where you're allowed to do, like, trainer battles. And every time you do a battle, you get points. Points goes toward a ticket. The ticket you use to do basically, like, a gym battle. That is, like, the most basic description of what they are. These should be the last ones. And then I'm free. Finally. Is her battle zone as Cal zone? I think they're just hungry. Like, look how little damage they're doing. It's insane. I sat doing this shit for like an hour. It's so boring. You have no idea how boring this game can get until you sit there pummeling level 30 Pokemon for over an hour. That was boring as hell. At the very least, the battle zone is way more entertaining. Like, even if it's kind of annoying to do, it's way more fun than just doing the same exact fight over and over and over again. Like, it's so annoying. You get it down to, like, a science. You know exactly what to do every single time. Because the fight is the same every single time. Thank you. Thank you. Up, there it is. It's over. Hell is over. Finally. We can add conferences monkey. Honestly. Imagine you rock up to the restaurant to do some casual fights and someone's there with a god. That's insane. Plus, you can have like 4 of them. Right now, you can have like 4 gods on your team. Hell is over. I won. Fuck all of you. It's gone. Mabel, I hope to never see your stupid face ever again. Thank you very much. Alright, let's turn down the music. Okay. I want to be able to hear the shiny sound better, that's why. If any of you hear shiny sound and I do not, tell me. Tell me. Now our odds just got bumped up dramatically. Alright, where's my baby? Over here. So there's like 2 ways I can do this. We can do bench resets, or we can do, the other method. I'm just listening. God, okay. Their shiny is so pretty. I don't know if I climbed up here and it was already there. Nah. I would have seen it, I think. Got an alpha though, which I was not expecting. Anything? Damn it. That's who we want though, right over there. So, as far as I know, there's like 2 ways to do it. Either I can go over to the other side and we can do game resets where I just like open and close the game over and over and over again. Or I can do bench resetting. But bench resetting, I could fail on any of the Pokemon nearby. We might just go to the other side. The only bad thing is I need to I'm gonna have to know when I speak it. So I think it's like 10 seconds. Thank you for the 15 finger hearts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay. So it's here at... Alright. 9, 10. Come on. Run off. Run off. Okay. It is 16. So when it's... What is it? I was gonna see what the timing is. It was 16 when it left. Not 10. I was gonna be taking saves every couple seconds until I see it. Another 10. I think it's like 30 seconds. There's like literally sitting here and waiting. So I'm gonna be able to actually see it. Thank you for the hand mustache. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been told that sometimes those actually show up on the model's face. Is that true? Does the little hat mustache actually show up on the model? God, I love Soyeon. He's so pretty. Or... Thank you for the confettis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, perfect. Okay. So now, all I should need to do is this. Over and over and over again. I do kind of wish I was the first on the account, but no, my brother is the first. Which is a little annoying. I bug him, see if I can move it. I'm just gonna see if I can get this to be like a little closer. So it'll spawn instantly. Perfect. Okay. Did I just spawn? We're gonna pray that I didn't just save over the shit. Oh my god. There we go. I was spamming A too hard. Did I just save over it? Now I have to redo it. Don't tell me I just saved over the spawn. If it's there, then I'm fucked. Got scared again. It's a minute. There we go. Oh shit! No! Oh my god! It's a minute. Okay, it's a minute though. Ran right off. I had it too. That's so fucked up. Yeah, enough. Yeah. Alright. I'm looking at my stream timer at the bottom. That's how I know what time it's been. It's about a minute. So once it hits like... I'm gonna pick like 55. Like... And save that. on. This is the fun part. Guys, we finally stopped battling. Now we get to have fun, right? This is so fun. You love shiny hunting. Okay, perfect. So now we get to play the reset game. I love video games. It's either this or bench resetting, okay? It's this or bench resets, and I don't know which one's worse at this point. The blast. What color is shiny? It's gray. It's this really pretty, like, ashy gray. Acting. Hey, Twitch, what's up? Are you guys okay? Okay. I've randomly had to reconnect to the chat. I'm just double checking. How are you guys doing? I didn't get any drop frames. I'm looking at my drop frames. It's fine, but just in case. Favorite legendary Xerneas. Or like Deontay. I like Deontay too, actually. Like, it's Xerneas. Again, I have like so much bias towards X and Y. First game, Xerneas was the first legendary, like. But also like Moonblast, Geomancy Moonblast is just God, it was overpowering, that's overpowering now. God, you probably don't even know, like, I know of them. It's not that I don't know of gens 1 through 5, it's that I don't have any, like, nostalgia towards them. I played them all. I even played on my mom's copy of, I played on her Game Boy, her copy of Pokemon Red. Like, I ended up playing Pokemon Red with, like, 3 lines of sun defecting because that Game Boy sat in an attic directly under sunlight for years. So, like, I've had the authentic Gen 1 experience. I don't know. Maybe I've been spoiled by Gen 6 and all of the convenience. Is that considered retro now? Yes. Retro is what, 20 years? Games that I played when I was a kid are now retro. 21. There are games that I played as a child that came out a couple years before me that are retro. That's fucked up. Like this stuff from 90s that's considered vintage. Not fun. Fuck's sake, my Twitch chat makes me feel old all the fucking time. When the Homestuck trailer came out and I asked them if a single one of them knew what Homestuck was, none of them knew. Except for one. One person knew what Homestuck was. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, admittedly. I feel like not knowing about what Homestuck is a blessing. You should stay ignorant. Oh, there we go. I know I'm moving too fast when I start dropping inputs and like I keep like loading back into the game. I was putting on lip balm. Have you ever done this and actually restarted when I was shiny? No, because it's actually my first time getting the shiny charm and doing like proper shiny hunts. I have multiple shinies already in this game. I just they were all by accident. Except for one. One of them's guaranteed in this game. Okay, good. We are actually getting good reset. It's actually resetting the spawn. That's good. Here, let me show them. This one, you're guaranteed through a mission. You're always going to get the shiny Mareep out of that. But I have... Where? Yes, the entire box is in dex order. Yes, I'm crazy like that. Don't mind that part. Here we are. This one, people were the most jealous about. I got this by accident while trying to catch dragon types to get my shiny charm. I got this as a Squirtle. People were very jealous about the shit. Like, so jealous. I said that to all my friends. They were like, you're such a bitch. So many of them are shiny hunting 4-starters right now. I got this little guy while shiny hunting this exact Fennekin. Well, no, I was getting Carbinks. That's what it was. I was catching a bunch of Carbinks to fill out some dex rewards. And then, where is the other one? I have this little guy. I got 20 minutes into the game. In the, like, what is it? Like, 3rd wild area you ever see. Scared the shit out of myself. Almost didn't catch it. I was terrified. Used them throughout most of the game. And then... got this little guy while catching bug types. I think that's all of them? Yeah. I got the Weedle. This one is not shiny. You get this as a part of the story. Not count. Does not count. Yeah, I get every single shiny I've gotten so far was accidental, except for the guaranteed one. Some of my buddies are so pissed at me for it. Like, not like actually mad, but like frustrated, you know what I mean? They're like, you're getting them basically for free. And while they're sitting there doing bench resets for hours. I think it's funny, okay? I think it's very funny. I get 2 spawns in a row? Or did it save over? Did I autosave while I was fucking around the box? Okay, thank god. No, I just got 2 alphas in a row sometime. To be honest, I don't think I've ever gotten a shiny before in any game. I hadn't either, honestly. Oh shit, wrong count. Until I played this game, I had not gotten a single shiny other than in Pokemon Go. I'm not joking. I got a shiny Watchog in Pokemon Go, and that was it. Other than the shiny Gyarados you get in Gen 2. Other than that one. I don't think that one is allowed to count. You get that one for free. Other than that one, I've never gotten one. So when I got that Pikachu, I was so excited. I'm really hyped about finally getting, like, this is my first time completing the Pokedex. It's my first time getting the shiny charm ever. Because, like, before, it kind of felt really daunting to get the shiny charm. It just felt like there was a lot of Pokemon you had to get. But in this one, it felt a little bit easier. And I feel like they encouraged you more to complete your decks as you played the game by having these, like, wild areas. Because I wanted to get the little crown on top of all of my wild areas for catching one of each of the Pokemon in the wild area. If you do that, you end up filling out like 80% of your decks by the time you get Wild Area 20. It works. Plus with shiny sound in this game, I feel like it's so much easier to get shinies. If I didn't have shiny sound, I probably would have walked past every single one. There's not many that I noticed without the shiny sound. That's why I have the music lower, so I can actually hear it. This is the one bad thing about not doing bench resets instead of doing game resets, is that it is definitely easier to accidentally reset the game and lose it. It is way easier. Because I'm just kind of like muscle memory doing the whole thing. So if I didn't realize, I might accidentally like reset over it, which would be so sad. I think there's you've got to like stay paying attention the whole time, which can be really hard during shiny hunts. If any, now that we have shiny charm, and I'm going to be doing more shiny hunting streams, what I might do is I might do the thing where like I put up like in the corner what the shiny we're looking for looks like, just that way you guys can see. It's so pretty. It's really pretty. I don't know if I have like a box asset I could use for it. I think I do. I think I have a box asset. I might be able to like adjust. I might be able to adjust like the chat window to do it. I think I have to squish it a little bit, but like that's fine. Either that or I'll use like one of the little follower ones down here. If I can get like Kuma or Tucker or Hubby to sit, I might even let you guys do one like media share. Basically, it's like let me watch funny videos while we shiny hunt. The only reason I want another person there while I do this is because honestly, I don't fucking trust you guys. I'm so spooked. Whenever you allow people to do media share, there's like always like a risk that they're gonna send something that isn't stream safe. So I definitely want like someone kind of digging through them to make sure you guys aren't sending like inappropriate stuff and then letting that be displayed on stream. The other part is I don't know if I'd be like if I could get it to allow both TikTok and Twitch to do the media share. Because the way I do media share would be through Stream Elements, because it's like baked in. It'd be really easy to set up. But Stream Elements doesn't see the TikTok chat like at all. I mean like SC Live does, but that doesn't connect to media share at all. Like the bot isn't actually in the TikTok chat to be able to see your guys' messages and send them over. I don't know, we're gonna have to see. First, I gotta get the captions fixed. I wanna set up the captions to go through Twitch. Twitch has like their own like captions thing. If I can get the info sent to Twitch while I'm live, I can have different closed captions through that. That way you guys don't have the issue of the other captions plugin would cover up chat on the mobile feed. This wouldn't happen now. It would look a lot nicer. I'd also be able to put the captions on screen. The way that one of my mutuals, Tucker, that's why he does it. I'd be able to do something like that. I think that would look a little nicer. Definitely going to bug my brother, see if I can bump his account over. So that way I can just spam A through that and I don't have to pick over one. Should... The shiny. Shiny. Aww. Give me shiny, please. Maybe if I ask Game Freak really nicely, I'll get one. Aww. Nintendo, can I please have a shiny? Got the shiny charm, I want one. Aww. I'll get one eventually. Eventually. I swear to God, they drop the raids on starters. I swear to God. That's my hunch, is they make it harder to get those shiny starters. They're like, we'll give you guaranteed starter spawns, but we'll make the rates worse. Just to spite you guys. This is what you guys get for making... Because we made shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet so damn easy. We gave you shiny sound back. Now we're gonna make shiny hunting harder, though. I just realized my friends list is probably seeing me close and reopen the game over and over and over and over and over again. Aww. I hope Erica's in live also doing shiny hunting, because I might be fucked. So I have her friended and she also streams, and specifically streams her playing Pokemon. Might see my name over and over and over. Ah, that was so fucking funny. I think she's live. I'd have to check. Got another alpha at least. See, if I was hunting for an alpha, that'd be different, but I'm not hunting for alphas. Should have covered Vaporeon when I did that. You know what I'm spooked about? I'm spooked about scaring the thing away. I'm so nervous about spooking the thing. That's like my big worry, is I'm gonna see it and I'm gonna like scare it away. But admittedly that's what the pre-save is for. So that way, if I like scare the thing away or if I don't catch it, I can reload my save and just keep trying. I know that's what people do when they want to catch their shinies in a specific ball, but the ball has like a really low catch rate. That they have that save there, so they can just keep retrying over and over and over again. Big spook. I hear that shiny noise, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Like, heart attack. I should have grabbed a stack. Now I'm starving. Now I am so hungry. You know, I'm shocked we didn't get in this game. I'm shocked we didn't get the roller skates back. I get that the map is like pretty small and you have fast travel. So like it's not necessary, but like I want my roller skates back. I like the roller skates. I like them better than the bike in that game, actually. I don't even know if I ever, like in my original playthrough, I don't think I ever went and got the bike. Because I don't remember getting it. I just remember using the roller skates the whole time. I want them back. No, no, maybe because we're gonna be seeing the girl who, what's her, the one that gives you the shiny band in X and Y. I forgot her name. We're gonna be seeing her in the DLC, so maybe we'll get the roller skates back in the DLC. I doubt it, but it would be fun. Like, imagine all the customization you could do with the roller skates. It'd be cute. Even if it just gives you a different walk cycle, I'd be happy. Just give them back. That, and I want the ability to ride Pokemon. We don't get this, like, I feel like we intermittently get this, you know what I mean? Every once in a while, they'll give us the ability to ride specific Pokemon in specific instances. And I hate that. I want it all the time, and I want it for way more Pokemon. Like, imagine being able to ride on the back of, like, Xerneas. Would that not be so... Or, like, Arceus. Imagine. Be like, don't mind me, I'm casually riding God. Yeah, I was told that a lot of people when they, so when you go and get your Diancie, it's right by where one of, like, the very few Dratini spawn naturally on the map. A lot of people apparently have gotten shiny Dratinis when they finish that fight. Like, they catch their Diancie, they're done, and then they get a shiny, they get a shiny Dratini immediately after. Just insane. I'd have to look up. I don't know if the legendaries in this game are shiny locked. I'd assume they are, like most legendaries. They get shiny locked. But I don't know. You can redo some of them. Well, not like redo it as in catch another copy. But like, if you fail the fight, they just let you try and catch it again. They're just like there in the world. So like, you could theoretically do it. I just don't know if they're locked. Most of the time they lock them. I know damn well that the Mega Floette is shiny locked. Like, it just is. You're not getting that. I'm sorry. It's not even that cool looking. As someone who was like a ride or die for that line, I'm like, I feel so bad for people trying to shiny hunt the Floette line, because it's just, those things are so stinking tiny. Thank God we have shiny noise in this game, because if we didn't, I think it would be actually possible. The only reason it's feasible in Scarlet and Violet is because you have like the auto battle, and your Pokemon won't auto battle shinies, so you can tell faster. Really, they upped the saturation in this game for pretty much everything. At the very least, you're not dealing with like the Pikachu, Garchomp, Gengar kind of problem, where you just straight up couldn't see it. Speaking of Gengar, I wonder how people are getting their shiny Gengars, because at first, that Mega looks sick. Mega shiny Gengar looks awesome. That's one thing. But more importantly, isn't there only like one guaranteed Gengar spawn in the whole game? You'd have to trade with someone that you like seriously trust. Or if you have like a second Switch, but like that's a lot of money. That's having 2 copies of the game, man. Until we get like, I don't even know if you could do it with home. I don't think home counts as a trade. I don't think home counts for trade evos. I think you have to do it through the trade system. I know some people have said that there's a Reddit thing set up where you are able to get trade evolutions faster. I know some people have had luck getting their alphas back doing that, which is like very sweet. I don't trust people like that though. Especially for a shiny. I mean, I would be terrified. Like, I would be so scared. Maybe I've been like burned by doing wonder trading for so long. I've traded away some really good stuff in wonder trades to be nice, and then just get like beetles. Or like, have you ever gotten those like shiny Charizards, their wonder trade, their name is the like website, some like they sell hacked Pokemon, it's holding a Master Ball, crap like that. I'll admit, like at first I would immediately like trade them back out, or I would release them so that way other people didn't have to deal with it. But dude, I started keeping the held items and then releasing them. It free Master Balls, right? You could theoretically legally get more than one Master Ball if your friend just gave you theirs. There's nothing stopping you from doing that in the game. So it's not like you could get banned for it. like, why not keep them, right? Kinda how I see it. Free items. Oh, I wish I had like a macro or some shit set up for this. It's gonna be so much easier. Then we can play like Roblox or something. I'll like, you have like dangling keys in the corner of the screen. I'll put Subway Surfers on the side. Have you guys seen, for the people on TikTok, you guys might have seen this. There's a guy who's playing like 4 gacha games at the same time on his stream. That shit's insane. There's a guy, there's a PNG tuber who has 4 different gacha games all playing at the same time. That is dedication, okay? That's like real dedication right there. I could never. I think my PC would fucking explode. My wallet also couldn't take that. 4 gacha games all at once. Oh my god, it would be awful. Yeah, I should do. Well, guess who didn't do their Mandarin lesson? Me. So we're gonna do it now on my phone. Different name? I should have known. Oh, it has a little clock next to it. That's funny. I cannot listen right now. That is soup and tea. Porridge and soup. Tea. hot water and tea. This is. I got spooked for a second because I heard a different noise. It's just an alpha. Okay. Hot tea. All right, there we go. Okay, we're done. Yay! Yay! Big stretch. The temptation. I might actually add the stupid like dangling keys in the background. You know what I'm just happy about? I don't have to play any more of the ranked mode in this game. Oh my god. I played ranked mode just so I can get the I think it's like the Delphox site is what it's called. The Mega Stone for Delphox. That shit sucked. That shit sucked. Oh my god. You would think because like you only have to get like you're still pretty low rank and you still get the stone that like it wouldn't be that hard. You like go in, you just like pummel them, right? No. No. I don't know what the fuck the matchmaking in this game is or like how it works. I understand that like everyone starts at the bottom. But when everyone starts at the bottom, the people who didn't touch rank until after they beat the game are in the same rank as the people who just started the game 20 minutes ago. It's bad. Now, like, I get it. You technically can't lose rank up until a certain point. It's super easy to get these stones. You don't need to get that high. It's just gonna take a lot of time if you're not very good at it. But I don't know if it's particularly fun to sit there and get pummeled by people who have like all level 100s, all perfect EVs, IVs, the meta Pokemon. Like, it's... I don't know. I did not enjoy myself playing ranked, and I am not particularly looking forward to doing it to grab the rest of the Mega Stones. I would like to complete my Mega Dex as well, but I'm not hyped. I'm not hyped about it. And it seems like we're going to get at least one more Mega Stone through ranked, and then possibly more with time. We're just going to see. I'm not hyped. Like, yay! Because I play at 3 a.m. I get to get pummeled by the by JP players. And bro, when I was trying to get the Delphox site, I kept getting the exact same guy in my lobby over and over and over again. It was the worst. Oh my god. It was torture, honestly. How much went to the Oregon Cowan? If we ever do a Nuzlocke, I'll be on that account. Oh, speaking of which, I don't think we ever finished the sword Nuzlocke. I gotta do that at some point. What? Yeah, we gotta finish on Nuzlocke at some point. I didn't even get that far into the game. We were only doing what, like, a gym badge in 4 hours. Admittedly, I think X and Y took right around the same amount of time. I did about 1 gym badge per session. That's why I was doing a Nuzlocke. I'm trying not to fall into muscle memory. I'm like trying so hard. I'm like, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Part of my brain's like, ooh, daydreaming. Oh, that's how you miss shinies, you stupid. Myself get muscle memory, but I can't. I need to be paying attention. Pay attention. Maybe I need the Subway Surfers. Maybe I'm the one who needs the Subway Surfers on the side of the screen. Yeah, I should have done. Yeah, I should have done. I should have. I could get what is it? The get like a AirDroid emulator. I'll put that on the side of the screen and we'll open up Pokemon packs on the TCG Pocket. That would be fucking awesome. Especially since I think right now there's the current packs that are in TCG Pocket have shinies in them. Shiny Hunt 2 games at the same time. Ow. 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 Gameplay. Mm-hmm. Yo, would be really funny. What was it? What was that show that people were playing a whole bunch on their live streams a while back? It was like Kitchen Nightmares. New Kitchen Nightmares. I have to like look into it. So, like, what am I allowed to watch on stream? I'd love to watch like C dramas. I love to watch like C dramas while we do this. That'd be fun. I know that there's it'd be a little iffy. The other thing, I'd want something that like I don't have to like pay attention to. Like, I don't want to have to be, like, constantly, like, fucking around with my mouse. I just want to be able to, like... This that way it's a little bit more interesting for you guys. Because I'm sure me backing out to my home menu and then reopening it over and over and over again is not the most fun thing in the world. The other part is, how would I fly on TikTok? That's the other part. Admittedly, Hubby once played like an entire football game on his stream. It just kept lying to people and telling them it was a really realistic game of Madden, and it worked. So like, I don't know. I think TikTok lets people get away with a lot. Sorry, I'm putting on lip oil. I have the strawberry pound cake one from Bath and Body Works. It comes in the cute little heart container, and I've been obsessed with it. What's the other thing? Dude, I gotta get that Jumbo Punkaboo quest on. Oh my god. I do not understand that quest at all. Every once in a while, I just go over to the wild area and I catch every single Punkaboo over there and I show all of them to the chick and she's like, nope, not the right one. Apparently, Jumbos have like a 5% chance of spawning. But like, I've literally never seen one. I'll catch every single one that's over there and none of them count. I feel like if I did resets over there, I'd be more likely to get shiny before I get a Jumbo. Like, it's insane. Hi, Dan! Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? We're shiny hunting finally, and I got my shiny charm. I should really change the stream title, say that I have it. Yeah, I'm lazy. Yeah. Yeah, those 1,000 battles was a nightmare. That sucked. Oh my god. I was so bored by the end of it. Like, genuinely so bored. But I wasn't even gaining XP anymore since I'd hit level 100. I was just kind of like sitting there, pummeling Pokemon in like one hit. Because there's like not a lot of parts in the game where you see enemy trainers using level 100 Pokemon, or really anything above like 65 most of the time. 9 times out of 10, once you get to level 65, that's where the trainers tend to cap out, or like 70, I think is the highest I've seen. I know that there's some parts like Battle Tower where you'll see level 100, but it's not often. It's typically like supplemental. You don't actually need to go over there ever. The one thing I do need to do though, I need to finish the Mega Dex at some point. I don't even think there is a reward for completing it. I kind of just want to have it done. How many alphas am I gonna get before I get a shiny? I know some people are trying to get shiny alphas. Godspeed to those people, okay? I would feel so bad resetting on a shiny just because it isn't an alpha. Oh my god. I would torture, even. Like, I'd be catching and then resetting my setup. Like, I don't care. It's like, oh, you would ruin your setup. You should just stick with your setup. It's like, no, I could not. I just could not. I would feel so bad. Even if that means having multiple shinies in my box, like, I don't care. I rage quit this game? At what point? I found this one to be kind of easy. So admittedly, I'm like in my 20s and know enough about Pokemon to make any Pokemon game kind of easy. If you have like a basic knowledge of how type matchup work. Oh, thank you for head pads. Thank you, thank you. If you have any knowledge about how type matchups work, I feel like you can make any Pokemon game fairly easy on yourself. It also helps that this game is for, you know, 5-year-olds. This game is for children. Yeah, what point did you quit? Deserved head pads, honestly. After doing 1,000 battles, I stayed up until 6 a.m. doing fights one night. I was... The fastest way is to do, the restaurant Lana. Hell, yeah. Stayed up until 6 a.m. once. I was so tired and I was so bored. I was listening to a video essay on my phone while fighting restaurant Lana over and over and over again. Because I could wipe the entire thing with just my Xerneas. So I didn't even need a swap. I just sat there and hit Moonblast over and over and over and over again. Like, after a certain point, I basically just didn't even need to play the game. And I didn't realize what time it was until I looked over and saw that it was like 6 in the morning. I was like, shit. I should go to bed. Yeah, after a certain point, I swapped to the WoW because I was so bored. I was so bored. It's not fun when you're sitting there just pummeling level 30s with your level 100 team. I was trying to do the rank thing, and it reset me like 6 times. Oh, you mean the ranked battles? Like the ones where it's like online with a bunch of other people, or do you mean like the main story? Oh, yeah. Um, I hate to tell you this, but you should when I did ranked to get the Delphoxite, I got to the bare minimum rank that I needed to get the stones, and then I quit. I did not want to play any more ranked. The people who play ranked in that game are going to be the same people who play Pokemon competitively. They're gonna have perfect teams. And I mean that, like, objectively perfect. With the objectively strongest Pokemon on them. You cannot use your story team there. I struggled using my story team. My story team's not the worst, stats-wise. They're just not meta. Especially the higher ranks that you get, you're pretty much only ever going to see, like, Xerneas, Metagross, and Greninja, and that's it. That's kind of the fact of the matter. And all of them are going to be perfectly trained. Perfect natures, perfect EVs, perfect IVs. Like, hardcore Pokemon players do not fuck around. If you've ever played, like, Pokemon, what's it, Showdown? Online? It's those kind of players. The Showdown players, they're gonna be the ones on ranked. The rest of the story is really fun. Like, go finish the stories. You don't need to do ranked to finish the story. But, yeah, ranked is... There's a reason why I hit, like, the bare minimum and I just quit. I was literally talking about earlier how I just did not like it. I don't particularly love how they locked Mega Stones behind it. Now, admittedly, it looks like it will be easier each season. You can still get the Greninjite, I think is what it's called. The Greninja one. You can still get it, and it's way lower. I think you just need to get, like, 1 rank up, and then you're done. And right now, to get the Delphox one, you have to hit rank K, and then that's it. I think they're trying to make it a lot easier on people, because Pokemon players are kind of crazy. The inner theater kid. It's like a monster. What's that meme? It's like you have two wolves inside of your head. They're both theater kids. Like a monster. I've been trying to like convince hubby that he should let me take him to a musical. Like I want to take him to like Book of Mormon. I think he'd like that one. Or like I think he'd fuck with um if I like genuinely got him to sit down with it, I think he'd fuck with Sweeney Todd. I think he'd genuinely fuck with Sweeney Todd. Or maybe like Little Shop of Horrors. It's just trying to convince this man that musicals are in fact not boring and cool and he should try. Just one. Just one. Bruh, I told him, I was like, we should watch a musical as like our little movie for the night. And he's like, I don't know, I don't like musicals, they're boring. I'm like, but you liked K-pop Demon Hunters, that's a musical. And he's like, no, it isn't. It's like, well, fuck you mean it isn't? You don't get to nuh-uh a movie's genre. There's like a part of me, an urge to just play lads. My phone's right here. Ability, I feel like Love and Deep Space takes too much like attention to play. I don't know if I'd be able to actually split my attention between two games. I need to like hyper focus. Seriously. Another one? My back just cracked. Ugh. Okay, we listened to this earlier. I know I've been in the playlist twice, but we just listened to it. Every time I hear that, I just think of the Quintana. Quintana. Ding 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 ding. I can't. I know it's like it's just a word and they're like this. It's the same way with if you're into K-pop shit, but especially if you're into girl groups. Anytime anyone like now, anytime anyone says the word maknae, your entire comment section, like everyone around you is gonna be like, Ning Ning is the maknae. Like without fail, or that stupid fucking Roblox photo of all of the Espa girls looking at the camera. And like the side eye. Either that or like um what is it, Love Dive? The plane scene. I can't watch that shit normally. I'm pretty sure I put that shit in a VOD. One of my Portal 2 VODs has that stupid Ive meme of one of the members face planting into the plane. It's in there. I almost did the clip of Soyeon taking a bite of the carrot and then falling over. I almost did that one instead. It was a hard decision to pick between those two clips. But I love that Soyeon clip so much. It's so stupid. Soyeon's literally me for real, for real. I have an early morning, so I'm gonna pass out. Have a great stream. Have a good night. I really should also be going to bed. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. But Chinese will always be more worth it than sleep. My god, it's not even after Thanksgiving, and I'm already seeing the EXO first snow memes like passing around again. It is literally not even like we just barely hit the middle of November. We have not even had Thanksgiving yet. And y'all are like, all right, it's first snow season, it's donut season, it's snow halation season. I even did it. November 1st, I was playing snow halation. I'm so excited though for all the dance cover groups to be doing their snow halation covers for this year. I always love seeing them. They're so pretty. I also feel so bad because like those outfits are not going to be keeping you warm. The girlies are always like freezing and you can tell. This is why I stopped doing Love Live dance covers, was because I was asked to do a snow halation cover in the middle of winter and I was like, nope. This shit's so cold. Oh my god. Especially since I'm in New York. Like it's chilly. And in those costumes? No, thank you. I'm gonna be so spooked when it finally shows up. I'm actually gonna be so nervous. I'm probably gonna like get out a repeat ball. So that's probably gonna be the easiest catch, would be with a repeat. I don't know. I'm so spooked. I'm so nervous, man. Genuinely so nervous. Like, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be able to save and redo it. But, like, I want to get on the first try. You know what I mean? Oh, wrong count. There you go. I have to bug my brother. That's his account. Is the other one. It's my brother's. I need to bug him and see if he's chill with me just, like, moving it over. So that way mine's first. I'll get it. I'll get it. I got this. I got this. I got this. I just realized I probably should log into lads at least once. Dude. Because I need to fix the... I'm supposed to have, like, reminders from Silas about stuff like brushing my teeth, take showers, shit like that. I had a whole bunch that I had set up and I noticed I wasn't getting them. Should probably fix that. I might do... Well, no. I want to, before I do anything stupid, I want to look up how, like, allowed it is. But, I'd love to do, like... or something. I don't know if anyone's, like, aware of Twitch rules on that. I might have to look it up. But, like, how allowed it would be for me to, like, have, like, the majority of the screen be, like, YouTube videos. The other part, and I think the part that I would feel worse about, is that if I do that, I would have to blur 99% of the VOD. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I'd feel about blurring out an entire section of the VOD. Just because I decided to, because I decided to watch YouTube. Oh, we did this. I don't know. I definitely want to, like, figure it out. If anything, maybe I'd have, it'd be like a small section of the screen, while most of the screen is game. That might be the best way to do it. Either that or we do maybe, like, just the audio of YouTube videos. Like, I'd put on, like, a podcast or something. I think a podcast might actually work out best. So we could do, like, the... What is it? There's, like, some really good D&D podcasts we could do. Then I know I'm allowed to do that just fine. That's why I'm able to listen to music. is because I just separated it out from the Twitch VOD. So as long as I route it through the same channel, you could do that. Same with like some true crime stuff. I think that might be fun. Anything maybe after I do want to use the bathroom at some point, like soon. So I might use bathroom then swap from music to like a podcast or something. God, this is the hard part about shiny hunting. Is the urge to do anything else. I didn't realize how bad it was until I started well, there's a lot of like Pokemon YouTubers who have done challenges where they beat the whole game with like just shinies. That sounds like hell. Someone gonna talk about shiny hunting for multiple days. Oh my god, I feel like I would. Oh my god, that sounds awful. Multiple days of it. That just maybe I just don't have the attention span for it. I don't know. Maybe I have the attention span of a 2-year-old. What's that one TikTok where it's like a South Park clip and it's like, what do you mean? Now we get to play the game. That's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Did all that work. Now I get to do this. I feel like I'm getting faster at the menuing at least. That's good. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we're gonna I'm gonna figure out like if I want to like what D&D podcast I want to listen to. And we'll swap from the music to D&D podcast. So it's at least a little more entertaining, okay? So I'm gonna be right back. Topic. I also figured out what we're gonna watch. I also got snacks. I have more of the Christmas Oreos. I'm so fucking hungry. Ah, god damn it, why did I have to play good songs? That's so fucked up. I had to play a good song when I was swapping. But have any of you heard of Acquisitions Incorporated? I'm about to introduce you guys to it. I love Acquisitions Incorporated. I've been seeing them live. Let me rephrase that. I've been seeing them live for the past 3 years at PAX East. And it is super, super fun. Now, we're only gonna be playing the ones I've been to because there's been years of acquisitions and the mic quality is all over the fucking place. So let me pull up here. We'll start at 2020. I think that's the first one I actually watched. I had been going to a PAX for a couple years before I watched Acquisitions for the first time. Let me double check though. Do I remember this one? Do I remember this one? Fuck it. I don't know if I went to the 2021. How long is the shit? 2 hours? I'd rather do like the newer ones that I'm here. We'll go for the most recent. I know I was at the most recent one, okay? I know I was at this one. There were the costumes, it was cute. Okay. Here, let me swap. Turn that up. Because they're just gonna be talking. They are sponsored as far as I know. If I need to turn it up, I will. Don't mind me. Acquisitions Incorporated is run by Penny Arcade. If you don't go to PAX, I don't think you're gonna know who that is. But it's basically it's a thing that just happens at PAX East. Well, not just East. It does at the PAX convention. There we go. Okay. I was like, that was not part of it when I saw it live. No, they didn't do that. They added that shit for the VOD. What the fuck? I might even have to turn it down a bit. It might be too loud. Might cover up shiny noise. If it's too quiet, please tell me. There's one about plus like a bit more interesting in the background. No, you are not missing anything by not seeing the screen. Yes, you do get to see it live, but like they post it as a podcast. Never mind. I guess it is too quiet. Y'all need to pick one volume. Goddamn. Oh yeah, I forgot the last time thing was it's all visual, isn't it? God damn it. It's fine. It's done in like half a second. So as you can hear, there's like a crowd in the background. Real life me is in that crowd. I'm so sad they haven't posted the 2024 and 2025 ones yet. Those were really fun too. But I know like PAX has that uploaded on their own YouTube channel. They haven't posted. It's just not. Well, no, it was on the PAX YouTube, the Twitch account, I think, for a bit. It might be on the YouTube channel. I don't know. It's just not on the Penny Arcade like thing yet. Stand closer to your microphone. Last year, well, this year when I went to PAX, it doesn't feel like this year. This year I didn't go to acquisitions. It was the first time I've gone to acquisitions in a while. That's because a different D&D group was also doing their PAX East campaign at the exact same time. And I wanted to see them a bit more because they don't go every year. Acquisitions goes every year. They post the VOD, like I can watch it later. This one, I didn't know if the VOD was going to be uploaded. I was a little nervous. I was like, I really need to see this one. Plus, Symmetra's voice actor was the special guest, and I needed to see her. I love her so much. I needed to. I love Sim so much. Also, do not be afraid to tell me to shut up so you guys can listen. Let me turn this up a bit. Yeah, I remember this one now. That was really fun to watch. Oh, this was the one I watched with Hubby. Hubby does not find D&D very interesting. So when I told him that, yes, we're going to spend the next 2.5 hours, it really ended up being 3 hours, sitting in a room watching people play a board game. I don't think he was super excited. He fell asleep during it. It was a whole thing. It's the point where if I know that he needs rest, I'll put on D&D podcasts. I'm like, don't you dare make me put on D&D podcasts. I don't remember exactly everything that happened. when I love when people homebrew their artificers to just have normal technology for us. That's just so funny. Slightly less rich. Uh, poor VOD people. They're gonna be like, why the fuck is she randomly laughing? Oh, oh. My cheeks hurt from smiling and giggling. little too close to the microphone. Oh, I remember this now. For context, the DM just stood up and walked away. Their old DM walks back on screen. And then it shows on screen Chris Perkins, original DM daddy. It's very funny. I remember this. We freaked the fuck out when we saw him. Thanks, I think. Oh yeah, they're all dressed like their D&D characters. That's why he says, if you're not dressed like that, he's dressed as his character. Ah! Thank you for roses. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Ah! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the donuts and the roses. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you for boobs as well. Thank you. Let's see. Am I even gonna get the shiny in an entire stream? Or am I gonna have to keep shiny hunting on my own time? Valid. Trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. Dude, I never trust free shit from a DM. Ew. Or take free shit from your DM. Bruh. Hey, don't diss. I went to community college. Good luck with shiny hunting. Thank you. Thank you. I got another hour set aside for shiny hunting, so we're gonna see. If I get this, I'm gonna like freak the fuck out. I'm just happy to finally be doing this with shiny charm. That's gonna be so much easier. Plus not. Plus like having something more entertaining to listen to in the background. Oh, it's great. Oh god damn it. God damn it. Jesus Christ.
Cheer 10 when you Uber this morning, get me 2 Egg McMuffins.
Fine. I will get you 2 Egg McMuffins. Dad could have texted me this. Admittedly, if you had texted me it right now, I would not have seen it. No, typically we pay Ubers.
Cheer 10 Uber Eats KM style.
You know, normally you pay your Uber driver. My God. Oh, I'm gonna get fucking restricted on TikTok. No.
Cheer 10I.
Oh, wait, cut it off. Oh, I see. It says I'll buy you pancakes in Starbucks. All right, fine. Pancakes and Starbucks works as payment. Let's hope that they're both open. I think McDonald's. I think the McDonald's will be open by the time I drop her off. I hope so. I don't know about Starbucks.
Cheer 10 text to talk sucks.
Texas speech. Thank you very much. I think it's just I don't know if it has to do with it saying Starbucks or if it's just that it's a little finicky. Stuff like this just tends to be like that. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. I haven't watched this in what was this, the 2023 one? Yeah, so last time I saw this was in person 2 years ago. This must be so embarrassing for you. I telling you, oh my god. Me. 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 The inner shipper in me loved this session. Oh my god, I remember. Oh my god! Pause. Oh my god! Oh my god, look at it! Holy shit! Okay. Okay. Pull out first. Okay. Then, quick. No! Oh shit. Okay. Sorry. That probably just peaked mics. Okay. Repeat ball first instead because I had full marks. I have full marks anyway. It's fine. Still there. Okay. Oh, I just gonna shit on myself. Okay. 3. We already have it. Gonna wait. Wait it out until it walks a little further away. So I can be behind it. Come on. Oh my god, walk! Somewhere else. Please, so I can be behind you. Fine. I'm just gonna have to do this quick. Please catch. Oh my god! You did! Ivy! Look at him! Oh my god! Holy shit! I gave myself a heart attack. Oh my god. Here, let me post this in the Discord server so everyone can pop in and say hi. Oh my goodness. I gave myself a heart attack. Holy crap. Actual heart attack. Holy shit. Oh, it's over. It's over. Now we can go get something else. That took 2 hours of resets, I think. Just about 2 hours of resets. To get that's insane. I'm sorry for yelling, by the way. I'm sorry for the VOD people who probably got woken up from that. I'm so sorry. Here, let me put the fucking podcast back on. Holy shit. Bro, I have to complete 51 cool assignments by Sunday or my grade will go from a 91 to 27. You guys start getting on that then. at my baby. Look at him. He's so pretty. And he's purple. Oh, I love him. Look at my baby. Oh my god. Get out of here too. Holy crap. Go. Because I want to have my main be shiny. But holy crap. Look at him. He's so pretty. Sorry, I'm sending texts out. I have 17 complete in an hour and 18 minutes left. Chat, do I watch your stream or complete your homework? Homework's important. Is it Sunday at 11:59 or is it Sunday as in tonight at 11:59? There's a difference. There's a big difference when they say it's due Sunday and it means it's due like Saturday but at midnight. Okay, so I would like to change held item. Put that in the satchel. Now you are gonna get moved. What spot is Fennekin in the decks? Saving again. Yeah, you might want to check that. Because sometimes it'll be marked as due on Sunday, but due on Sunday means Sunday at like 11:59, so really it's due on Monday. Check that. Alright, so you start at 10. You're 219. Okay, so it goes after. Alright, there we go. Oh my god, it feels insane. My heart is still racing. My heart's still racing a bit. Oh my god. It's over. It's over. It's over. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's insane. Like, and look at him. Look at my boy. Look at my boy. Wait, what does he look like? Megan, please look like Megan. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. So cool. I love you, sweet baby prince. I love you. Oh my goodness. Look at my boy. Look at him. Oh, another one. Look, that's gonna be you, man. You. The guy says not to worry about. Oh, I should probably give it the moveset too. Normally use what's fire spins 20. Stick. I think I was using what flamethrower for the other one. Then Psyshock and Psybeam. Oh, actually, I might take Shadow Ball instead. If anything, I might actually keep... I might keep Mystic Fire and then swap to Fire Blast instead. Like that. I think that might be better. Oh, I should just let it run out. I just... There we go. Oh, look at him. Alright, who do we grab next? I think maybe you might grab. The bigger thing is that, like, it's gonna be hard to... Hmm. Yes. Maybe we'll do like Rosary bench resets here because I can't do a guaranteed spawn. It's a range of spawns, so I might just be better off sitting here and doing bench resets. Seriously, the alphas over here suck. Like, as far as I know, there's no guaranteed spawns. If anything, what I might do instead is, here, let me get out of here first. What do I really care about? I think their pre-evolution is an easier catch somewhere else. Ooh, Bunny Area might actually be a good one. Because it'd be easier than trying to do resets on the alpha milk bunny. Because these little guys are right here. So is there a bench near here? Specifically, like, on this side would be best. Oh, perfect. Okay. So I could probably bench reset, then go here. Or I can do that same trick of, I think over here only spawns Bunny Area. So I could just repeat ball one. Back out here. Alright. Oh. Then we just wait until like 50. So I'm looking at my timer for stream. That's what I'm doing, is I'm actually like looking at that. I'm gonna wait because I think it's on what minute for respawns like this in the wild areas. So I'm just waiting until it's like 55. That way I can get the respawn save pretty close. A little? I only say that because obviously, I try to ask for like no venting and stuff like that on stream, just because it can make people a little uncomfortable. But if it's not like something like traumatic, it's just something like spooked you a little bit, then I think it's fine. There's only one. I think there's two. There's supposed to be one like right here. 1, 2. Yeah. Or is there a third? No, it's just 2. Okay. Some random ass dude got my number and knew about me streaming, and now I'm scared what I do. One of the things I'd probably do first, obviously, is do stopper. If you are able to swap what your phone number is, change any passwords. Basically, what you want to do is make sure that if they would have any other identifiable information off of you, that they don't. You'd be shocked how easy it is to find people's phone numbers, especially just tethered to social media accounts without actually finding their real names. Phone numbers are sadly one of those pieces of information that tend to be out and about fairly easily, which sucks, but like that's just kind of life, you know what I mean? Bitch, respawn! How long is the respawn on this thing? You should tell your parents. You should go tell your parents. I know that is hard, and I know that is probably like the thing that you are the most scared to do, but they are the most equipped to help you. You should tell your parents. For fuck's sake, I'm 21. If it happened to me, I'd be telling my parents immediately. They're gonna be able to protect you. They're going to make sure you're okay. That's part of their job as being a parent. Tell my father he thought it was something about my friends. You make sure that they know that it's a stranger. Now, like, I'm very lucky that I have a parent who is very knowledgeable about tech and knows this kind of stuff and knows when I say certain things that, like, what I really mean. Can this bunny area not do I need to, like, spook it? Can I get him to spook run off instead? Yeah, I can't get the thing to just, like, run off instead. I'm gonna do bench resets. That's annoying. So I'll be to not do bench resets. Yeah. The most I could tell you is to sit down and talk with them. Your parents are the ones who should and are the most equipped to help you. Sit down with them. Sorry. Coughing. And try to get them to listen and understand. And like, that's hard, but that is like genuinely the safest and the most effective option for you. It's scary. It really is. And like, I can't tell you it's not scary. That's part of the internet, sadly. It's just people are like this, and it sucks. At least this little guy finally respawned. I don't give a fuck of this dude. Yeah. Let's see the other one. Can I enter and leave that one? Oh, it does it does spawn despawn at that edge. I'm not doing that. Sounds like hell. I'm not despawning like that. your parents. Fuck with them. Really, like, sit down and show them everything. Hopefully they'll get it. They're gonna be the people who can actually help. Oh, I forgot about this part! I love shipping. Of course, hopefully everything works out alright. I know it's scary, but you got this. Sorry for laughing. D&D podcast, background, funny. Imagine if I reset over the Fennekin shiny. I think I actually would have like jumped. Hi Riley, hi. Thanks for popping over to TikTok. How busy? I'm always gonna end up reading the name at the top of the screen. I know it's you, but like hi. Thank you for popping over as well. It's like a force of habit. Got this. All right. Oh, I just realized I could lose on any of those as well. That's the fuck. Gotta keep like a better mental attitude about things. I don't when it comes for anything. You can't let yeah, it feels like shit now and you're scared now. You cannot let that control you. That goes for anything, like any bad thing. If you like stay pessimistic and miserable, and not even miserable necessarily, but I think pessimistic is the wrong word, but like constantly terrified, I think is a better point. That you're just gonna stay scared. And like that, it's hard to just be like, yeah, just be braver. It's like for yourself. Yes, yes, dog. Hello, am dog. I love your name, Thigh Appreciator. I relate to it very much. You got this. Focus on something else. Focus on literally anything else. If you have a hobby, do your hobby. If you have schoolwork you gotta be doing, do schoolwork. Literally anything else to get your mind off of it. That's what I do. If I'm not like feeling super hot, because like that's life. Sometimes you don't feel great. I'll do literally anything else. And it helps a lot. Hi! Hello! Here's a daily dad joke. Why shouldn't pigs drive? They hog their own. Aww! That's cute. Parent. I haven't told that. Thank you for the likes, Thigh Appreciator. I'm so ready to lose my shiny on something else. Because I'm not just doing resets on Bunny Airy. I know it's gonna happen. I know it. I know it. I can feel it in my gut that I'm gonna lose this one. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god! Okay. We got our peoples ready. We have it ready. You see him? You see he's right there! Get over here! Yes! Stop moving around. Oh my god! Now I'm checking on the other ones over here. You get multiple hits? I doubt it. I'm just like listening out right now. Listening. I would have heard it. I literally would have heard it, but it's fine. Okay. I'm just listening out for shiny sound right now. If I could see any. I genuinely would have reset if I hadn't seen it because it was so far back. I almost reset over that. If I reset over that, I actually think I would have cried. I would have been so fucking sad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do I just have a low pony or do I have both? Okay. Okay, getting pictures so I could send it to everyone. Oh my goodness, yes! That's insane. That's so insane. Oh my goodness, my fucking heart. Oh crap, but we have an alpha one too. That's nice. Maybe we'll do... Can I bench reset for Magic Carp? I'd have to run through this entire area for it, which would be fun. What is the closest bench? If I sit right here, I could probably grind out the shiny, Magic Carp. Oh, that's like right here. But mainly I'd want all of them. You know what I might do? I might do one that has it in the wild area. You already did my ELA homework. That's worth 70% of my grade or watch the stream. Go do your homework. Go do your homework. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, hello. This is what I get for bench resetting now, isn't it? I was kind of looking at everything right now. I just want to see everything that's over here. Trying to look. I just want to see if anything dings. Any glints? I think I would have heard it by now. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try for Baby. That is insane. It only took what? Like, that was like half an hour of resetting? I barely was resetting at all. Like, I barely reset. That's when you put the entire set of dice into dice jail. That's when you say, nah, these dice are cursed, and you just don't use them. That's what I do. Dude, if I rolled my brand new set of dice and I got a 1 immediately, off the bat, I actually probably just would have tossed them. It's like, nope, they're cursed. Okay, we're done. I'll admit, I feel like I have cursed dice. I have ones I know damn well just have like the worst rolls. I'm trying to. The bad thing is that these little guys have. I think I'm close enough to hear the shiny noise. Dog, I got. Ooh. My brain is just playing. It's like over and over and over again. Honestly, I'd be happy hitting any shinies right now. I'm happy getting any hits. I would like a hit on the one I'm actually grinding for, but like I would honestly like any. Yeah, I'm tempted to go for the shiny alpha though. There's a bench right up there. But also, the idea of bench resetting over there, when I could easily fail on like the Altarias or the Salamence. The only bad thing about that's so mean. But the only bad thing about this area is that like like the little guy's so tiny I can't visually see the shiny. So I'm kind of banking on that shiny noise. I love her. I love her so much. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Tell me evolve my Onyx. If you need to be evolving any trade evolutions, I have something wonderful for you. There is a set of codes that people are using 24/7 that you will get. You trade your trade evolution and they trade the same one back to you. And it's set up on Reddit by a Pokemon YouTuber. Let me pull up the link and I will send it to you. A friend of mine sent it to me a while back. There it is. This is just for Legend ZA. It's what I used because I'm shiny hunting right now. But it's what I used to get my shinies. Sorry, to get my Onyx. So as long as TikTok did not get rid of that, let me know if it is there for you. Is there a link in the TikTok chat that you guys are able to see? So yeah, follow that link and you'll get it. That's what I did for every single one of my trade evolutions. That's how I completed my decks. If you need, if that link does not go through, like if it got filtered for some whatever fucking reason, let me know. Please, like, let me know now, and I will just send you, like, the user of the person who set it up, and you can look it up from there. Plus, the other part is I don't think I have a spare metal coat. That's the other part. I don't think I have one. I used the other one for Sensorius, so I don't think I have any right now. Yeah, if the link doesn't show up, I can also always drop it over on Twitch and you just head over there and grab it. Aww. What? I'm sorry, VOD viewers. I'm sorry everyone watching the VOD right now in the future. Doesn't know what's happening. Come to stream. We listen to D&D podcasts while shiny hunting. Alright, second round. Come on me. Definitely rolled for that. Or you like checked his head. Or Merwee. Exactly. I think I've been blessed by getting it too early. Now it's gonna take forever again. dragons. Bum, bum, bum. Yes. That's what that looks like. Oh, okay. I think I definitely would get the noise every time. So. Ow. Arm crack of a neck. Ow. Ow. We would have run by now. Yeah. Any? I don't know. They would have buzzed, I think. Oh. Oh god. Oh crap, children! I had 2 alphas before one shiny. I wouldn't even be mad if I missed on something else at this point. Oh, we are like, we're kinda close, I think. I'm down to go right into the end, though. Not even... Kinda listening for noises. It would have gone off, I think. I feel so bad. We're gonna end stream right before they get to like the big combat section and all like all like cool shit. Oh my god, that's so fucked up. Go listen to Acquisitions Incorporated. You've never checked them out. I've very much enjoyed seeing them live. They have most of their campaigns from 2017 onwards up on YouTube somewhere. I don't know if the one big playlist has 2024 and 2025 in there. I don't think they do. When I looked, it wasn't there. So I gotta watch 2025 since I haven't seen that one yet. So I don't know. I think those are just on like the PAX East account. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. This playlist might also just not be updated. Fuck it, I guess. I feel like that's part of D&D. Just like, eh, fuck it, whatever. Sure. Sorry, I'm putting on lip oil. I definitely would have. I think I definitely would have heard it by this point. I have to pick the one shiny that you basically can't see. It's just like a teeny tiny part of it turns purple. That's it. I'm like, no. I want to shiny hunt this one. Hate myself like that, I guess. Why am I looking? We have shiny sound. I got spooked because one shiny didn't make the noise immediately. Because I was really far from it. Wait, once that little question mark shows up above their heads, definitely shows something up. Orb. Orb? I'm telling you, being an artificer is just having normal tech in D&D. Yes. All right, one more reset, then we'll raid for the night. 2 shinies is not bad. Yeah, okay. I was too lucky getting that one early. That sucks. All right. That's not bad though. That's 2 shinies in a night. That's 2 whole shinies in one night. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Here, let me swap back over to the music. There we go. And back to the screen. Thank you so much, everyone who came. Thank you, everyone who watched me freak out over getting my shinies. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's see who's still alive. iBot's live. Ah, a couple of people I know are live actually. I think live too. Oh, they're both they're playing together. I think. Um, yeah, I figured. Here, let's then. Because let's go raid Blaze. They're playing with iBot and I think that is also someone else that we know. Me. There we go. Okay. Literally any other song right now, actually. There we go. I hope everyone has a wonderful night. Seriously. Make sure to join up into the raid, all that wonderful stuff. If you're on TikTok, come join over on Twitch. We're about to raid. Tomorrow, probably more shiny hunting, if I even have the energy. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. So it's in 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. I gotta be out of here. So 4.5 hours of more shiny hunting. Yeah. Be nice to Blaze. Be nice to iBot. They are playing Minecraft together with another one of our buddies. Let me. Oh my god, why am I blanking on his name? You have definitely seen these people before because I have played with them. I've played them with Tucker and his little group of buddies. So, Melon. Oh my god, I mean dance. It's Melon. Be nice. Have a absolutely wonderful night. Get some work done if you need to get work done. Go eat some food if you're hungry. Get some rest. I know it is very, very late for a lot of you guys. And I started stream very late as well. So I hope everyone has an absolutely wonderful night. And I will see all of you tomorrow for more shiny hunts. Bye.